unusual person with genetic mutations shocked you the most? Leave your thoughts down in the comments.
Good morning, and I'm sorry for the delay. Good morning, ma'am. Though I informed you,
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
this won't happen again, right? My mother got really sick, so I had to take her to the doctor. She's 90 years old, so I couldn't avoid it. Okay, so just to understand. Right. All right, just to recap. Tell me what we were discussing, if you can remember.
Features of spoken English.
Oh, no, I can't hear you, Derek. Can you just speak a bit louder?
Features of spoken English and
Features of spoken English, right? So when it comes to features of spoken English, what did we say about them? What can we say about features of spoken English? Or what do you remember?
There are 20 features, madam.
Hmm?
There are 20 features of spoken English.
Yeah. There were 10, right? We spoke about 10 features of spoken language, right?
20 features, madam.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we were talking about 20, sorry, dear. Right. And we were discussing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there are some same features given 2 times, madam.
I can't, can anybody say it? Can you remember? I think I asked you to take screenshots of this. I will share this PowerPoint today with you all so that you will have them. We were talking about articulation. Can you remember? Or pronunciation, right? What else?
Stress and intonation.
Sorry? Stress and intonation.
Intonation. Connected speech.
Connected speech.
Code switching.
Okay. Interaction. Conversations like discussions. Take part in conversations and discussions.
Yes.
Yeah. Turn speaking. Turn taking and speaking, right? Change context according to the listener's response. This is very important because if you have kind of, spoken with people who never understands what the other person speaks, but wants to go on saying what he or she wants. Have you noticed this? We get students also like this. When we ask them questions, they keep on saying what they wanted to say. They never kind of give a thought to what we ask for. So this is something that we have to think about. Not in the society. Society, of course, we will have to pay attention. That's a different case, but we can't change it. But in the classes, if the students do that, then we have to correct them and we have to change them and say that they need to know what to answer and how to answer according to what the other person speaks, right? Then we were talking about body language, questions and answers, how to respond appropriately, then how to try to persuade, correct? Some more, come up with them.
Rotate roles for
Sustainability.
Sustainability, right? Then
Madam, can
use
you
of
explain that,
the hesitation markers. Can you
Madam, rotate roles for sustainability. Can you brief it again, madam?
The question was not clear. Can you repeat it?
12 feature is not
No, there is a kind of a vibration coming. Can you repeat the question? If the others have any questions, we can ask them and get them clarified as fast as we can, right? And we'll have to move on. Yes.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
What about the assignment?
Huh?
The assignment.
Excuse me.
Assignment. Yeah, assignment.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
We'll talk
ma'am.
about the
Yes.
assignment before the end of the day, right? Right. Okay. Right. That we'll talk about, right? So, the connected speech and fillers, hesitation markers, they are all what? They are all features of.
Madam,
Mhm.
I have a doubt. Features of spoken English is different from the features of speaking skills.
Features of
Both are
speaking.
different. It means fluency, vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, like this.
Yeah, now say spoke. What is the difference between speech and
Speech.
spoken English?
Yes, features of spoken English and features of speaking skills.
Yeah. Okay.
Both are different.
I'm asking you a question. What is the difference between speech and spoken English?
Both
Is
are
there a
same.
difference? Is there a
Yes.
difference or are they the same?
Same.
More or less same, but there is a difference as well. Because,
Okay.
speech can be of formal and informal. We have to
Okay.
understand that, right? There are two
Okay.
parts. We use speech
Okay.
for formal and informal occasions. So the language that we use at informal occasions cannot be used at formal occasions. We were talking about this. Can you remember certain words, the slang that we use? Now say it is
Yes.
very good. In formal language, we would say very good or excellent or whatever it is, right? In your
Okay.
mother tongue also, you might say "ella," right? Now what is that? That is slang. Okay. Now
Slang. Okay.
yeah, when it comes to spoken speaking it's the same, true, right? The
Okay.
features are the same, everything is same, but the way that we use situationally, it differs. Just
Okay.
like formal writing and informal writing.
Informal.
Yes. All right.
Thank
So
you.
just keep that
Yes.
in mind. These are two functions. Formal and
Okay.
informal are two functions of a language. And that
Okay.
is where the difference comes. But but we don't have a place to say this is the demarcation for spoken and this is what the other speaking is. No, it's more or less the same, but situationally it differs how we use it, right?
Yes. Sir.
Then we spoke about connect these features in detail. Can you remember? We were
Sorry,
discussing.
madam.
We were discussing about these features today. right?
Yes.
Mm. So normally in speaking and listening, what do we do? What happens in speaking and listening? Normally what happens in speaking and listening? A very general question. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So just tell me what happens normally in speaking and listening. Why should we speak and why should we listen? Because we have no other work to do.
Communicate. Communication.
Communication takes place. Why should a communication take place?
To share our ideas.
Share our ideas, to interact, to get something done, right? We do it to get something done. Basically, we need to get certain things done. So that what we do is we communicate, right? We speak. When we speak, there is job on one side, the other side, there is a service. So it's kind of a interaction between what to be done and how to get it done. Okay. So when we do speaking and listening, we explore ideas, we work out certain aspects of the world, or we simply like to be together when we speak, right? There are differences when we speak. Now, say now I'm speaking with you here, okay? What is the difference of speaking from a distant place and when you speak from face to face?
The interaction, madam.
Yeah, the
Now, when your focus will be less when you're speaking from another place. Distraction is a lot. When you're when you're face to face, the focus and the eye contact, attentive listening, and further clarification could be done, because some people they are too shy to ask the other person to repeat in case they did not understand. So we can read their facial expression, and we can understand that, right, this guy didn't get what I meant, so they can put it in other words, like
Okay. Right.
yeah.
So this is what you are telling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Interaction. Incomplete. When we face-to-face interact, do we talk complete sentences? No. We just say one or two words, right? And the interaction takes place. So when we are speaking face-to-face, we normally use incomplete sentences, half sentences, phrases, clauses, right? Then also we use like inclusion of non-English words. When we are speaking in English, okay, say we use other words as well, mother tongue as well. Then ungrammatical sentences, and listening and speaking takes place simultaneously. At the same time it is happening, okay? You listen, you speak, you listen, you speak. Now here also it happens, but there is a gap, okay? And more compound sentences we would be using than complex sentences. You know the difference between compound and complex sentences, right? I hope. And then more coordinating conjunctions than subordinating conjunctions. And just go through these features once when I have given this to you and see whether these are really true, okay? Whether we'll be using them, right? So now say when we talk about listening and speaking, two skills are taking place simultaneously. When we do writing, what happens? Do you think writing is involved with two skills at the same time?
Yes, reading skills. With reading skills.
Yeah, reading skills can
Reading
come.
skills.
Yeah, but simultaneously it doesn't happen, right? Unless you are note taking, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, unless you are in a lecture and writing where you take down lecture notes. If you know, say suppose you are supposed to write an essay now for an exam, what happens? Things happen as one skill. But when it comes to speaking cannot take place as one skill. Yeah, it cannot stand on its own. It always there are two skills combined. Definitely, listening will have to be there when speaking is done. Or when speaking is done, listening and writing will have to be there. Okay. So when we talk about speaking, we have to talk about listening, right? And we have to speak in a way which we have to allow the others to understand what we speak. Sometimes when we speak, others don't understand. Have you seen that? Have you noticed this? There are some people, when they speak, we don't understand a thing. But they have spoken. They have said everything. And then at the end of the day, nobody has understood what we have listened to. All right. So
like the guest of speaker speaking in a school event.
yes,
Students.
True. We don't understand a single thing, right? We just be there. We pretend that we have listened. And yeah, we have listened. They have spoken. All right. But no communication has taken place, right?
Excuse me, ma'am. We also use we also look at their gestures and body language also, no?
Of course.
At the time,
yeah, it conveys a lot, doesn't it? Body language is a must when we are speaking. I mean, I always say when we speak, we have to speak through the whole body, not just the words. Not simply the words. The whole body will have to speak. Then only the speaking becomes very impressive. Anybody who
yes,
yes, Putha, go on.
Sometimes when we are meeting online, sometimes the body language doesn't convey it well.
No,
because we only see the face. No? That's
exactly. Yeah.
Another.
Yeah, we see only the facial expressions, right? When it comes to body language, when we talk about listening and speaking, body language is the major component, right? And when we say body language, we always also divide it into gestures and the facial expressions. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about body language, the best part of your body to convey body language is what?
Hands.
Lips, hands,
Yeah.
It's
face.
shoulders.
It's the face. Yeah, it's the face. Because in face, you can do so many things. Okay. Hands are really important. Yes, we have to use hands. Right. There is a way of using hands because some of the body language we see shows that they are nervous. They're excited. Right. They're not sure of themselves. So when we are using body language, we have to make sure that people don't read us as, nervous characters. We have to make sure that they are definitely, seeing us as confident people speaking on a place, right? Therefore, we have to use hands, but most of all, it's the face, okay? In the face also, the most important part is eyes. Your eyes speak a lot. Have you noticed that? You can do a lot of things through your eyes. Tell me the functions of the eyes. Now, this is out of the lesson, but tell me what are the functions of the eyes? What do we do with
For
eyes?
example, if we want to avoid a person, we can just, lose the eye contact, then they should understand indirectly that
Yeah,
you're
that's
not
it.
interested.
You're
If
not interested.
if we
Right.
want to end the session, when
Yes.
we are talking and we are in a hurry, we just look at our watch, and then they should understand that we are not interested at all.
Don't do that at all, right? That's very
No, I've
rude.
never done so.
At the same time,
Yeah.
at the same time, we can actually grab their attention by making frequent eye contact.
Yes, that is it. Right. Okay. No, what I'm
And
asking
when we
you.
have some food like lime, we squeeze up small, squeeze eyes, and when it is hot, eyes are open. When it comes to taste, eyes are more expressive.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is, right?
And
No,
for
there is-
logical thinking, they say if you are lying also, you can find it from your eyes.
Yeah. You can detect it from your eyes. True. Now, what I'm asking you is, now say you take eyes and see the words that we can connect with eyes. With eyes we see, right?
We roll eyes,
Yeah,
squint.
we watch, right? We stare, we gaze, we glare, right?
Yeah.
We frown, See how many words can be connected with eyes? All these functions we can do through eyes. You can send very silent threats through your eyes. Have you seen that? Have you noticed it? You don't
Absolutely.
have to
Some
Yeah,
mothers
mothers
use that as a
always do.
weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, mothers always do.
Teachers,
Yes. Teachers should do
teachers
it.
also.
Your teachers will have to do it. See? You don't have to shout. You don't have to use canes. You don't have to use verbal abusing. You can
That
use
is
your
mostly
eyes.
done when the team inspection is there only.
Exactly right. You send them the message, right? So you have to train your children also to understand your eye contact, what the eye is for. It's just not simply to read something. No, this eye can do a lot. Say, look at lovers and see how they speak through eyes. They tell long stories. Nobody knows. I mean, if you all are working in mixed schools, see how these things happen. We don't know anything, but a lot of things that happen through eyes. They speak. Okay. So these are very interesting things to look at when it comes to listening and speaking, right? So eyes plays a major role when we are speaking, and we have to make sure that we use our facial expressions and body language and gestures in order to convey our message. Eyes are very important. Body language is very important when you are at an interview, when you go for very competitive interviews, right? You may say a couple of words, but you can send the entire message to the board of interviewers through your eyes, through your body language. You can show how confident you are, how capable you are, right? And how knowledgeable you are just by a few facial expressions. And when you use your hands are very important in your body language. Now say, don't keep on touching your ring when you're speaking. That's a very nervous expression. Don't touch your watch when you're talking in public. But body language will have to be in coordination with what you say. If you want to say something more, there is a way of using your hands. I would love if we can have kind of, live classes where we can sit together and do these things, discuss these things and see how things can be done. Okay, but we can't. So we will have to kind of be very contented with what we are doing online, right? So when we are listening, we use contextual clues. We use schema and also we do lip reading. We do lip reading a lot because sometimes we may not be able to understand, but by watching the lips, we understand or we try to understand what the other person says. Okay. Right. Now this is a very good thing for you all, right? What materials do we use to teach in the school? We use abnormal passages to teach listening. In real life, people do not speak like that. We give them comprehension questions that at the end, so we check the product. Can you remember we were talking about this? We were talking about the process approach and product approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right. What is the process approach in listening?
You say grab, store, and produce.
Now see, this is what it is. Read it by yourself, then you will remember. Right? Okay, and this is for you to think for yourself. What do you do when listening to something in your first language? What do you do when listening to something in your second language? Can you remember I told you the example? How this happens? You hear the second language, you translate it into your mother tongue, form the answer in mother tongue, okay? Translate to second language and then give the answer. See how many steps. Get the question in second language, translate the question to the mother tongue, 2 steps, form the answer in mother tongue, 3rd step, 4th step is translating the answer into second language, 5th step is only we are going to get the answer. I mean, that is why we see always a gap. When you ask your students a question, they take a few minutes to answer you. They don't respond immediately. Why? This is the reason for that. Okay, this what do you call this? Translation issue is going on in their head, which is not going to be a very good thing, right? They should be able to respond immediately. Now we are not going to listen to this because we don't have time for that. But when I send you the what do you call this, PowerPoint, you can do it on your own. Okay. I will drop it to your group now, the PowerPoint, and then you'll be able to.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Yes, dear. Yes.
Ma'am, may I ask you a question?
Yes, actually. What is it?
Ma'am, do we use abnormal passages or somewhat familiar to the children?
We don't have to use the abnormal. We have to use the familiar one.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank
We
you.
have to use the familiar one. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a few seconds to share this with you. Because in this, you have a tiny exercise that you can do, you can use in the class, and you can do on your own. And I mean, I don't want to waste time doing all that here. Yeah. Now, process approach is we need to focus more on the process, right? We have to focus more on the process, and then we have to go on working with that. So far, what we have learned, is it clear to you all? So far, all what we have done, are you quite clear with that? Or do you have a problem? And what was this problem with your, what do you call the assignment? What's the problem with your assignment? What do you have? What's the issue?
The other day, someone was asking, ma'am, whether the part 1 and part 2, there are 2 questions, right? So in that, the word limit is 1,000 to 1,500. Whether it's inclusive for both part 1 and 2 together, 1,000 to 1,500, or separate 1,500 within 1 to 1,5 in part 1 and 1 to 1,5 in part 2. Is it like that, or both of them inclusive 1,000 to 1,500 word limit? They were asking regarding the word limit. Did you get my question?
Yeah. I think it's both 1,500. Both 1,500. For the entire assignment, the word limit is 1,500.
Madam,
Ma'am, we couldn't hear you properly, ma'am. There was a glitch in your system. Can you repeat what you said now?
Just a minute. I'm just trying to send this to you. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, I have sent you the first PowerPoint that we have done to your group. Okay, the group members can share this with your friends, right, in your relevant group. Have you got it, Manisha, Rushta, and Purnima? Can you see? Yeah, can you hear me? Can't you?
Yes, ma'am.
All
I'm
right.
sharing.
Okay, all right, okay. So go
Yes,
through
ma'am,
this.
done,
There
ma'am.
is a tiny part, an activity part at the end. Please go through that and do it for yourselves, right? For this, what do you call this assignment, you can use 1,500 for the entire thing.
Madam, in
That
we
means
want
for the
to-
part 1 and part 2 together, right, ma'am?
Yes, for both the parts.
Madam, in first part 1, we want to describe all the 20 features, ma'am.
Well, I don't have the assignment with me now. Would you mind telling me what it is?
Please, I can share the screen.
Wait. Yeah, wait. We'll share the screen and do it. Then it'll be easy. That's the best. Give me a minute. trying to send this to you so that will be easy for you. Now itself, when I send. Have you got your, what is it? Can you make it a bit, can you enlarge it a bit more? I can't read it. Speaking is a process of, can you read it? I can't read that letter. Speaking is a process of building and sharing meaning through the use of verbs, non-verbal symbols in a variety of contexts. We employ many features in context. What are these? What are these? Spoken English features, that's a part two. But can you just drop me to my phone? Would you just send it to my phone quickly?
Okay, sure.
To my WhatsApp. Fast. It will be easy for me to read that. Speaking is the process of building and sharing meaning through the use of verbal utterances and non-verbal symbols in a variety of contexts. We employ many features in effective English speaking context. What are these effective speaking English features? Now we just now spoke of these things, right? In teaching speaking in the classroom, it is necessary to provide stress-free and acquisition-rich environment to allow the students to use the features of effective speaking. In speaking practice activities, students employ many of the above mentioned features. Discuss the importance of providing the opportunity to employ the features of spoken English in the classroom and how your students employ such features in different contexts to provide in the classroom. Okay, simple. The features of spoken are many. Write them and explain what you mean by such features with examples of when and where we employ them in the authentic classroom. Okay, and your own experience, explain how you would facilitate the students in the classroom to become effective speakers by employing the features of English, spoken English. Yeah, it simply says, now in the instructions says the length of this submission should be between 1500 and 1600 words in both parts. Please note that any assignments exceeding the 1600 word limit will be penalized. When you say assignments, now here these two parts are not two assignments here. They all come under one assignment, right? The instruction itself says you can go up to 1500 and then you can even reach up to 1006, but don't exceed anything more than that. So for both the parts, you take, say, use about 1600. But now I understand your problem, because when you start speaking about the features of spoken language, you fear that you will, the word limit will not be enough for you to discuss it, is it? Yeah, that's true. So the word limit will not have to be equally distributed among the two parts. Maybe you can use a little bit more words on the first part, and the second part can be used written with a bit less number of words. It's all right. Say about 1000 words for the first part and 600 words for the second part, because second part you are going to write your own experience, right? You are describing how And even like, whenever you do assignments, I'm going to give you a very common advice, assignments and exams. Okay. Don't copy theories from the internet. Don't copy what we have given you straight away. What you need to do is always combine them with classroom experiences, your own experiences, your own way of looking at the, the situation. What is important is the situation and not the theories that are there on slide. Is that understood? Always you write about the application part of it, not the theory part of it. Take theory and apply into situation. Take now, just like the way that I'm talking to you now, say when we are taking one point, we always apply it to real life situations. We talk about real life situations. We just discuss with the real life situations where we are. We have been put in these situations all the time, and we are the ones who are experiencing all these issues come to the teacher, right? If you want to become a very good teacher, very efficient and an excellent deliverer of the subject of yours, okay, the language, then we need to always combine, continually combine what we learn with what we are experiencing, and then get a different idea out of it. And then you can create your own system of teaching. I will tell you, there is no one fixed system of teaching for anything. We might come up with different techniques, with different methods, different systems, true. But these systems, methods, techniques, all will have to suit with your own way of teaching. Okay? It's you who teach. So the way that I teach cannot be copied, for you to teach. That never is going to be a successful lesson. All right? So make sure you use your own system. Give freedom for your creativity, right? Give a lot of academic freedom when you're learning, not just anything, right? Is that understood? I think the assignment is very easy, right? You can do it with the first set of lectures that we did. Is the assignment difficult for you? Is the assignment difficult? Can you hear?
Yes, miss, we can hear. It's not difficult.
Right. Now, in the previous, previous presentation, we discussed process and product approach to teach listening. In teaching listening, the process approach helps the learner to practice listening. Here are ways to the process. Now, see, look at these ways and I'm sure you can't hear me because I was kind of disconnected. I came just now again. Wait, I'm going to share. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
I sound,
Yes,
I
madam.
know, yeah, I simply got disconnected. Well, internet issues, right? Probably. Right, now say, we discussed process and product approach to teach listening. See, are these the ones that we do, or do we do something more than this? You are going to tell me. What's it? In teaching listening, the process approach helps the learner to practice listening. Here are ways to process. You predict and listen. Discuss and listen. Listen and reflect. Listen and draw. Listen and act. Other than these, there are some other ways as well. full phrases and sentences. Now, my way of looking at it is sorry. I simply, I don't know, I get disconnected. Just a minute. Hello. I'm sorry, I just had to complain about the Zoom connected for nothing. Wait here. Right, so memorizing full phrases and sentences. Now, what is your idea of memorization in learning language? Do you agree with or do you have any opposite points? Do you hear? Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Just tell me. Give me your ideas. Now, as I
It
told
it
you,
is
yeah,
it
my
is
point of
suitable.
view, I
Yeah, even I hate memorizing,
don't.
but
Okay.
it is, ma'am, applicable at some places, and some places we can improve them through frequent practices.
Okay.
Like
Can you give me
I'm always against to memorizing the tables of 1 to 10. I can remember I got hit by the class teacher, and I was punished also and kept in front of the blackboard because I didn't memorize the tables of 3.
Right.
But eventually, when you are frequently practicing it, it it automatically
your
comes comes into your mind. So some of these things, memorization, I don't think it's suitable, but for some poems and all temporary, that one, of course, memorizing should be there because it's just temporarily, you just finish it off and then right, that's gone.
Oh yeah, true. That's it. That's what I was even trying to ask you. There are places that we have to memorize, but what happens if a student memorizes a speech? What can happen?
Ma'am, in this case, speech should be, in a flow. If a child memorizes a speech, okay, unless she is thoroughly into it, in case she misses a sentence, he or she, they just get stuck there. And then, everything goes upside down and the child, it's a disaster like. It gets confused. So the flow is not there and the child will be upset and everything goes a flop like.
I know. How many times imagine that we have run out of the stages when we have forgotten, right?
Yes, ma'am. Not only, yes, we also the same. True.
When we were small.
No, in English day competitions also, when we go to judge, we have seen many children at the school level and the next level. We have seen so many children in vain. They, they have practiced hard, and when they come in front, the stage fear is also something else. But when they get nervous and all, once something is out of the picture, the child is totally out. Poor thing.
Yeah. But as every one of us agree that memorizing poems will have to be done, because poems cannot be recited just the way that you like, unless, because when we are representing somebody else's product, yes, we will have to memorize. But when we are producing our own thing, then I think memorizing is not very good, because it has to come as a part of your own self, right? The way that you speak will definitely differ if you're trying to say memorize and say it. When you memorize, you will read it or you will just say it. But when you speak, it's authentic, it's automatical, it's spontaneous. There is a difference in delivery. When you do a memorized speeches, you try to speak the full, complete sentences, because whereas in speeches, we normally don't go for fully completed, grammatically correct sentences. Okay, right. So, I mean, as this slide says, I'm pretty sure you must have read this. Memorizing has its own benefit. I don't say it's bad, but we have to give the children the chance to memorize at the correct situation. So, I hope you will do that. Okay, there are a few ways to help them to memorize. How can we help them to memorize?
We can make them sing like songs. The Avartita Vagu is very common. And mass, that structure, first the brackets, and then the things like that, keeping it as a memory.
Yeah, even for the periodical chart, we used to say something, a song.
When
Right?
I was young, I remember the directions.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, true. There are different ways, right?
Yeah, and we can advise them to, some structures and all, like SVO in grammatically, these things. We can ask them to just copy down the structure and paste it in front of their table where they study. So day by day, while they're looking at it, it just goes into their memory while reading it once a while.
That is visualizing information, right? Yeah. And then also, like, you can ask them, the children to use their favorite stickers to paste in the books where the lessons were done, so that at least they will remember the lesson by the sticker that they have pasted. Okay, I have pasted the sticker for this particular lesson, and okay, this is what I have learned in that. They just try to kind of, have a connection.
Ma'am, I didn't understand that. How is that?
Now say,
can you just put it into like example, like give me an example?
Now say,
it's really nice.
Yeah, now say, suppose you are now say you're poem, right? And the students, and you are teaching a poem, and a language, these things are not very.
Ma'am, sorry to disturb you. Can you repeat it again? Your voice is, stuck like.
So if you just ask them to paste their favorite teacher stickers in these places. You can't hear me because I was not in the group. I was sent away by somebody. Somebody's keeping me away out of the class. I don't know what's happening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we do hear you.
Right, okay. It's like, ask them, these girls, they love certain skills in their lives. So if they paste it in a place which is going to be very difficult for them to understand, and that they have understood with almost all the difficulty, they will not remember the lesson, but they will remember the sticker that they have pasted on it. And then they will connect it with the lesson. And then they will remember what they have learned in that place, because they have a favorite sticker there. Just try this and see in the classes. Okay, these are not here, But I mean, those are tiny tricks that we can ask them to do. Ask them to draw something, write it, reading.
Ma'am, how about now if it is a chemistry, we'll say it's a something industrial or something, a process, they can remember it as an act out, or they can, and things like that. When the whole body is into it, they would remember it way more better than memorizing.
Yeah, because very recently I kind of, I came across a song that the students have created for a subject called building skills, right? Now that is a separate subject that they use in an international school. Building skill goes as a separate subject for them. And in building skills, what they do is, okay, they are just teaching the same thing, how to build the skills of the language. But the students have, I can't exactly remember the words, but they have created a song with the help of the teacher, and they are singing it every day when it comes to the building skills period. Something like, something to go with the jingle bells tune, right? Building skills, building all our skills, something like that. And it was so nice because it helps them to remember what they are going to do. Every day what they do, they are going to include into that song. So they do it once a week or so, and it's going to be very interesting. Okay, those are simple ways to keep the students engaged and also to make them interested in the lessons that you do, right? Now see, especially in primary classes, the teachers can allow students to memorize certain phrases. In speaking and listening, these phrases may help the students, like, okay, pardon me, excuse me, may I come in? These are things that we always do with them, don't we? And when we repeat, when we make them repeat all the time, yep, these things go into their minds, right? Do you do that? I think we do it.
Yes, ma'am, we do it.
Yeah, we just do this. So this is another thing. Not only this, there are some other phrases that you can always make them use in the class. And also you can use practicing sentence patterns. Certain sentence patterns are there, which the teacher can use. Yeah, which the teacher can use to teach listening and speaking. Like example, this way, by the way, how did you manage the resources? By the way, now normally students don't use these things. So when you use these, what do you call these phrases? What do you call them?
Discourse.
Discourse. These are discourse, right? Tell me some other discourse that we use.
On the other hand,
However.
Connectives, right? Yes. However, in the meantime, what I mean is, what I meant was, yeah. Now, what do they do? Like, what is the role they play in the language?
Break
Break or
interconnect ideas.
Yeah, they maintain the flow. They help to maintain the flow and then have a connection between what we have said and what we are going to say, and to make it interesting as well. Okay, and also you have these sounds you make in between. What are they, like ahs, ums, and all that? These are also important because those are natural ways of speaking. So you can make the students learn them first and then make them use it in their own way, right? How are you going to guide listening and speaking? 10 principles of guiding in listening. Can one of you please read it? Who's going in a bike? Would you please mute when you're going in the bike or when you're going in the vehicle? Can one of you start reading this, please?
The 10 principles of guiding in listening. It is tempting to think that because you can hear, you must be a good listener. However, there is far more to listening than merely hearing. A good listener will listen only to what is being said, but also to what is left unsaid or partially said. Effective listening therefore involves observing body language and noticing inconsistencies between verbal and non-verbal messages, as well as what is actually being said at any given moment.
Yep. It's very clear, right? It's what we discussed. Even as we started our day, that's what we were discussing about. Can you go on, please, dear?
Before the listening activity, you can guide like this. Stop talking, prepare yourself to listen, relax. Put the speaker at ease. Help the speaker to feel free to speak. Remove distractions. Remove as many distractions as possible so you can focus on what is being said. Empathize. Try to understand other person's point of view. When you are listening, it is important to see issues from speaker's perspective to empathize with them. This helps you to understand their point of view and to understand their concerns. The best way to do this is to let go of preconceived ideas.
Okay, we'll read all the 10 and then come back. Yeah, go on. You stopped all of a sudden. What? Be patient.
Be patient. A pause, even a long pause, do not necessarily mean that the speaker has finished. Avoid personal prejudice. Try to be impartial. Listen to the tone. Volume and tone both add to what someone is saying. Listen for ideas, not just words. You need to get to the whole picture, not just isolated bits and pieces. Wait and watch for non-verbal communication, gestures, facial expressions, eye movements can all be important in understanding someone's full meaning.
Right. So this is what we were discussing, right? You know, when we are listening or before listening to an activity, this is how we have to do. We have to practice our children. Not, I mean, if we are doing it, yes, they also will practice with us. I mean, we will first have to do this, and then we will have to practice our students to do it as well. When you are listening to something, please stop talking. Now, this naturally happens in the classes. They never stop talking. It shows that they never listen. When we are teaching, what happens in the classes? The children keep on talking. Do they or don't they? What have you noticed in your classes?
Yes, they do, ma'am.
They do talk. Yeah, they do talk.
I don't experience such thing because, you know, when I ask questions, when they find it difficult to answer, they attentively listen.
Okay, good. Then you must be giving very challenging questions for them, right?
No, I mean, I use it as a game, ma'am. I divide them into group A and B. Then because they want to score, they attentively listen. And I say, we are going to do a listening now. They themselves stop all the work and do it. But
Right,
one
good.
or two are there very, you know, very rarely, very naughty, but yet they settle down later.
Right, good. You know, that means you are creating a very healthy competition in the class, right? That's very good. You know, whatever we create in the class to make the students learn will have to be healthy, right? Healthy in student side. I mean, always create healthy environments, healthy learning environments, not healthy teaching environments. Okay, right. I was just reading a message. All right. So you have to make them stop talking. I know some of the classes are very good, but some of the classes are always troublesome, right? They never stop talking. That is, you know, that is just their way. You simply can't avoid it. It depends on how they have been trained beforehand. You know, a lot of factors are affecting the students' behavior in the class. Therefore, we can't blame the teacher. What happens with all these directors who walk into your classes, they put the blame on the teachers all the time. No, you know, the particular teacher who's in the class at that time is not entirely responsible for the entire behavior of the students. No. One thing, we have about 10 to 12 teachers walking into the class. That is one. And the other factor is they are coming from different social backgrounds. That is another. And also there are a lot of social factors affecting students now. Okay. So all these things definitely is going to matter when it comes to the behavior of students. Therefore, one of the points that we spoke at the next slide, empathy. Empathy will have to be practiced throughout. We as teachers, we have to practice empathy, and we must teach the students to practice empathy in their lives as well. Okay, right. I do understand what you try to say. So always try your best to create the best, healthy, very positive learning environments in the class, and the students fit very well, right? And then you have to put the speaker at ease. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by putting the speaker at ease? You must make sure that the speaker, that we have created a very healthy environment for the speaker to speak. If every one of us are talking and, just doing a lot of other things, making noises, the speaker will not be able to speak. We have to always consider if the speaker is I, okay? If I am going to be there in that position, what I would feel. So we should not make another person feel that way. Therefore, we need to make sure we have created the best example. And also, when you're listening, you have to relax and listen. Otherwise, nothing will go into you. This is very simple. I mean, this is given in very simple language. I think it's very simple and easy for you to understand, right? Remove as many distractions as possible so you can focus on what's being said. Okay. Remove the distractions, all the other noises that can come from. Close all the doors. Send all the irrelevant people out of the place. Have the place for yourself if you're doing a listening lesson. Then you empathize. You have to always empathize, right? That is, try to understand the other person's point of view. Okay. Then be patient. When you're listening to something, you have to be always patient. Because when somebody speaks, that person does not keep on speaking. You can't go on speaking. There are pauses. There can be short pauses, long pauses when you speak. But it does not really mean or necessarily mean that the speaker has completed his task or he is not going to speak anymore. Okay, it indicates that there is a pause and he's going to continue, because if he has completed, he would have completed in a manner that we can understand the speech is over. Okay, and also we have to always avoid personal prejudice. Where do we have this personal prejudice most when we are listening, or to whom we are listening? Can you give me a very common example for the teachers? Very common example. Think and tell me, right? Then you have to listen to the tone, volume and the tone both add to what someone is saying. This we discussed beforehand, because can you remember we were talking about the stress and intonation, right? How a person might stress, how a person might articulate the same word in two different instances. Say good. When you walk into the class, your students are really good, doing their work, no noise, and it's a a sight to behold. You say very good. You're very happy. You walk into the class and they were raising hell in the class, and you would keep your hands on your hips and say very good. Now see the two different voices you use. Tone. So we should be able to identify with the tone what we were talking about, right? And also when we are speaking, when we are listening, we have to listen to the speaker's ideas, not for bits and pieces of information. Because if we look for only the little bits and pieces of information, then we will not be able to get what we are supposed to get. So we have to make sure we get the whole idea, the idea as a gist. You should be able to summarize and get it. And to get the idea as a whole and to get the idea in a nutshell, we'll have to be relaxed and listening perfectly for that. And also, the final thing that we talked a lot about the gestures. We have to always look for the gestures, facial expressions, because they convey more messages than the words can do. Okay, right. Now, practice pronunciation. These are what we can do in the classes, right? we have to practice pronunciations. In primary classes, repetition drilling can be used to practice pronunciation. Also, reciting poems will also be helpful to improve pronunciation, because you have to show them how to pronounce, how to say. Then reading aloud in class also is a good way of practicing the pronunciation part. Relating stories, listening and speaking done by both ends, like the teacher speaks and the students listen, students speak and teacher listens, and then correct. When the teacher speaks the correct language in the most beautiful way, the students, they really wanted to imitate you. Right. Those are very simple ways of practicing pronunciation. You can go and do a speaking activity. Do one with the students. Let the students do some speaking activities. But when you are supposed to do speaking activities, if you can remember or recall, I think some of the students, they just, they just raise hell in the class. Why is that? One very big reason for that is that we have not given them the clear instructions. When we are doing a speaking activity, they take the entire situation for granted. And they think we have given them the entire freedom, right? If you give them the instructions clearly, as the one who said earlier, right? You give the instructions clearly and you ask the questions and you have set a competition, right? Now they are after the marks. Done. They are silent and they are watching, they are listening, and they are giving the answers. Same way, you can do the speaking activities as well. What are the materials that we can use for listening? Right, who would read this for me and for all of us? Who's going to read this?
What makes good listening text? Listening comprehension is an extremely important part of a language learning phenomenon. Second language acquisition studies have illustrated that comprehensible output and input are crucial for the acquisition of a language. Therefore, we need to question the properties of a good listening text for language learning classes. There are various factors affecting a listening text's quality, but in common, we can divide the quality of a text into two categories: content and delivery.
Right. So to make a good listening material, what are the basic things that we should look for? What are the keywords we have here in this slide?
Content and delivery.
Yeah, content and delivery. Very simply, when we are making material, we have to think of the content. Okay, fine. We have found the content. Right. How are we going to deliver? Right. Can another person read? I wanted to hear you read. I want to listen to the way you read. I would like it. Have the confidence to read. Read for a group.
As from content, the listening text should firstly be interesting for audiences. It is important to know your target students' profiles, because what interests one group of learners may seem dull for another group. In listening class, pre-task activities actually serve the aim of arousing interest in students before the main activity. Apart from this, cultural accessibility is a crucial factor too. Learning about a new culture is beneficial for improving intercultural competence, but if the aim is to understand a listening text, then any possible culturally based meanings in the text should be understandable for the target group.
Now we have said a lot, But can you tell me in a nutshell? Can any one of you in a nutshell tell me what this exactly is? How can we summarize this in one sentence?
It should be related to what they know, something interesting. Like let's say
Exactly.
if the students are like, now we'll say this is in Arabia. If we start talking about Sri Lankan Alutta Urdu festival, it is like culturally they are not interested. They don't know anything about it.
Exactly.
It's not
Right.
practical for them.
Right. But
So
aren't
it is
our
something-
textbooks like that?
Sorry?
Sometimes aren't our textbooks like that?
Yes, it is like that.
We talk about things which our students have no idea about. And then we try to convince them, this is this. But they have never had first-hand experience. Okay, it's good. It's good to know about unknown things. We have to know. But for certain things, it's going to be very hard for us to convince them and put them in the correct path of doing it. Okay, therefore, what is very important here is that we have to know about the target students, right? What sort of students we are going to handle. And then we should know about their interests, because one set of students may not like what we are creating for another group of students. Say, suppose you are creating materials for grade 5s, grade 8s, and grade 10s. And if you use the same topic, it's not going to work. Okay, grade 10s would be more interested in social media, whereas grade 5s would be more interested in fairy tales. Okay, so therefore, we have to understand what we are creating. Is very important for the age group, their interest, and also culture plays a crucial role. Okay, these things we need to pay attention to. Right. Who would be the next one to take up the challenge?
Density of the listening text. Density of the listening text also influences the listening text quality. If the text includes repetition of key terms, words, and phrases, it will be less demanding for listeners. In addition, the more complex grammatical structures the text includes, the more demanding it will be for the listeners. In addition to content, how you present the material is equally important. In terms of delivery, important factors include length, quality of the material, accent, and the method of delivery. The listening text should be delivered in a non-distractive manner that is suitable for the target group of learners.
Right. So one particular word is continually we are using in these slides. What is that? When we are creating material.
Delivery. Delivery.
Target group.
Target group. We always have to think of the target group. Whatever we are doing, the most important point is the target group, to whom we are doing this. Okay. What do you mean by the density?
Weight of the text.
The depth of
the depth of it, right?
Yeah.
The depth of the task, the depth of the passage. So as I told you earlier, it has to be the target group, and it has to go it has to combine with their interest. Then it has to be kind of challenging enough for them. If you give them a very simple task, then they will not be interested in. And simultaneously, if you give them a very difficult task that they don't understand the head or the tail of it, then also they will not be interested in. But it has to be challenging, just like the way that we make question papers. You make question
Something, ma'am. Last time when we were doing, I can't remember. However, in that we learned that it should be a question where you need to listen and answer, not answer by using general knowledge. So if it's a question to use general knowledge and answer, they would not pay attention into it. That is, if the passage that we are using, if it includes that the Colombo is the capital city of the Sri Lanka. So as soon as they see the question, they write the answer.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they write the answer. Yeah, so general information, like, general information can be included, but it has to be presented in a very twisted manner so that they will have to attentively listen, right? I mean, if you really wanted to see how trickily that you can make listening text for the students, go and try some IELTS listening tasks, right? They are available on internet. And you can take tiny parts of it and the recordings of them. They are very tricky, very simple, very tricky, right?
Yeah, even a single, even a fraction of seconds you divert, you will miss around 4 to 5 questions.
Oh yeah, I know. So it's going to be very tricky, but it's very useful, right?
For that, they have the lower levels as well in the British Council. They have these starters moves where they can use grade 4-5 students to train listening, because it helps them to listen well and understand the trick phase.
Yes, but the problem is that everybody will not be able to go for these things, right? Yeah, so what we can do is, like, if we can get them and then practice them in the classes, or you can take these pieces of cartoons where you don't have the subtitles, but they have to listen, simultaneously watch, or tiny pieces of news recordings, or some speeches, bring them to the class, ask them to listen, right? And then ask them to either write the gist of it. If you ask them to write the gist, then they have to definitely listen attentively, because they know the main point of it. They can't simply escape. Okay, right. Now write listening material. What does it say? Who's going to do that? Now we are talking about two different and very important ideas here: authentic and the pedagogic materials. Shall we read it?
Right listening material. In the selection of the right listening material for language classrooms, the distinction between authentic and pedagogic materials should be highlighted. They both have advantages and disadvantages depending on your target group and the aim of the activity. Authentic materials can be texts which are prepared by native speakers and are not originally intended as language learning materials. Pedagogic materials are the materials created by teachers to teach listening. Authentic materials can often include more unfamiliar use of language, and mostly it can be difficult for learners to cope with. If the teacher wants to use authentic material, he or she should write a lesson plan based on the material and find appropriate supporting materials.
Right. Now put it in a nutshell. Tell me, we're talking about two different types of materials. What are they? If you're asking the students to do it, we should do it first. I'm waiting. Let me name somebody to tell it now. Sirvini, would you tell me what it is? Are you all there? I'll give you a break after this. You must be dying for a cup of tea. But you can tell me, what do you mean by authentic and pedagogic materials? They both have advantages and disadvantages depending on your target group. So first look for what authentic materials are, then look for what pedagogic materials are. Authentic materials can be texts, which are prepared by native speakers and are not originally intended as language learning materials. Pedagogic materials are the materials created by teachers to teach listening. So which material is going to be more useful? Can we combine both? These are questions that we have to always ask from ourselves. Are we going to use authentic material and make the learners feel very out of the place, or are we going to modify them and take them into our own system and our own way of teaching? Okay.
At the beginning stage of learning, we should go for pedagogic materials, isn't it, ma'am? Because the children are familiar with language. Later on, as they progress, we can introduce authentic materials.
Yes. Yeah. That way we will be able to take them through a journey, right? First, you give them with whatever they are familiar with, their own accents, their own ways of doing it. And then
from
later
knowing
on,
to unknown.
Exactly, the knowing to unknown. That is how we do reading even. The known and the unknown you put together and then you understand. Right. So there are 3 advantages of integrating authentic materials in a classroom environment. That is, the culture of the target language is introduced and the use of the real language is shown and a more creative way of teaching is achieved. Now that is the third part, goes as a a praise for you all, but the use goes for the students with the first one. The culture of the target language is introduced because language is the main part. Language is what represents the culture. It plays a major part in the culture. So when when we want to learn a language, a different language, we should know about that particular culture. And well, all of us, we don't get the chance of experiencing it originally. Therefore, we need to at least set the environment, at least maybe by showing films, at least by bringing 1 or 2 people who use language, that particular language as their mother tongue, some sort of an environment, or take them to a place where this is used, like, as you said, a British Council workshop, or where a couple of foreigners, actually the educated ones come and talk, not any foreigner, right? So there you see how they use it. All these schools, the coercive devices, these things can be taught to them. These things can be shown to them by giving them the real life examples, right? So it's always better if we can create, though it's going to be a little bit hard. It's not very easy, right? Using authentic materials is one of the mainstays of an imaginative and motivating higher level course, but rarely features at levels lower than intermediate to advanced. Now, where can we use them? When and where can we use it, the authentic materials, more easily with the upper levels, right? Not with the primary level. Primary levels you can use this with if you know that the backgrounds of them have some sort of a similarity to it.
Primary levels, we can use songs as an authentic material, isn't it? Like
you use with the yes, children's songs.
Even with short films, we can use in primary levels.
Yes, short films can be, yes. Yeah, but the seminars and the talks and all these things cannot be used with them. They have to be used.
I use Peppa Pig in my class. They're very interested.
That's it. That's nice. You can do that. I mean, we have to be very imaginative when we go to the classroom. We don't have to be limited and we don't have to be kind of restricted. You know, as a teacher, I personally think imagination has to be played a great role. Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, most of the school are lack of resources, ma'am. That is the main issue, I guess, to create the favorable environment. Yes, yes.
Yeah, most of the schools, they don't have a TV, so that you can't use anything, right? You don't have screens, you don't have multimedia. But yes, so we have a problem, but we'll try our best to do our best for the children. Okay. Now, using authentic materials can be rewarding and stimulating for both teacher and the student. Authentic materials are not only newspapers and magazine articles, right? As you all said, they can be songs, web pages, radio or TV broadcasts, films, leaflets, flyers or posters. So anything written or anything that could be used for listening from authentic language will be useful for the children, right? The materials used will depend on the usual factors. What are the usual factors? Topic, target language area, skills, and students' needs and interests. Now, these things we should always remember when we are preparing materials. We have to think of the topic. We have to always think about the target language area. Okay, what we are targeting. Now, we can't take a broad idea and then give it as a broad thing. You have to narrow it down, take little bits and pieces, maybe take a couple of functions, right? And then try to make them understand and what the skill is. And of course, anything that we create will have to have and will have to go with the students' need and interest. Otherwise, all our efforts will be a waste. Definitely, it's going to be a waste. I'm pretty sure of that. Aren't authentic materials too difficult? Do you think they are too difficult? What's your personal point of view on this? Without reading, tell me.
It depends on the level of students.
Yeah, it depends on the background of the students as well, right?
Yes.
Level of the students and where they come from. Because some of these students, they can't even read, say, 10 words. And they can't comprehend 10 words together. So in that sense, authentic materials are not going to be very useful, but it does not mean that we are not going to use it, because in some schools, you know, very, very remote schools, they have created these situations and they have done it. You know, teachers have put a lot of effort into making the students use the language. That it is not only the teacher's part, the entire school will have to cooperate, and you have to have a set of rules. Yeah. The entire school's cooperation is very important when it comes to a change that we are trying to do for the school.
Yes, ma'am. I could remember seeing a video clip or something in Facebook or something. A place, I think it's a very rural area only, but the parents are very supportive, and early in the mornings, 6 o'clock or something, the English teacher conducts classes for the children, and almost all of them, they speak very good English.
Very good English.
Yeah, but the background is, it's a very remote area, a very remote school. I think it's just a primary Vidyalaya or something, I guess.
Yeah, with less facilities. They had no facilities, right?
Yes. Very, with very less facilities. That teacher has, put very much effort, and it's really successful. A big crowd was shown. The parents were also waiting until the children attended the class, as it was in the early morning and dark hours. With the lights on, the teacher was there, available, and the children were actively participating.
Yeah,
it's really nice and motivating for us to see such situations.
But the problem is, like, can every teacher do this? Some teachers travel, say, miles to the school, right? No, these problems are there. They are practical problems. But if he can do it, yes, that's an ideal situation. The sacrifice from the teacher's side was immense in that particular situation. If we can do it, well, yes. And also in that particular school, the entire school has supported the teacher. This is also something that we find difficult to get in most of the schools. When you start doing, imagine your English camps, how supportive the teachers are when you're supposed to do the English camps.
Even our same team won't support sometimes.
I know, same, even the same category won't support,
Yeah,
right?
English teachers, other teachers, they won't support sometimes. They have personal grudges and all, they just leave it to the others to do.
Exactly. So now,
I think you should always have a training session for the teachers, have group activities at the beginning of the year so that they could at least cooperate a bit.
Yeah, you have to teach them the team spirit, right? Team spirit is lacking in teachers a lot these days, and I don't know why. That's a pathetic situation, but can't help. They are like, they have become more or less very selfish. And I don't understand the reason for that. As you said, maybe lack of training. Yes. We'll see. I mean, we can't do it. The government will have to do that. But let us be better than that. All right, sorry. Now see here. Now see, the authentic materials are difficult, right? When you record them, you can be able to do it. You'll be able to do it, right? And for advanced students, as I told you, like, if you use a little bit of these IELTS materials or any other standard English text materials, it will be an advantage for them to listen to such type of things. And these are the reasons. Like, it will reflect the kind of situation your students may face in an English speaking environment. These students, you have to make the students understand this. I mean, why should we learn authentic materials? If in any case, if they happen to be in an English speaking environment, they should be able to manage it. It saves you time and energy, and also, like, it is an added bonus to know your language properly. And it encourages and motivates your students when they can conquer a real text. What do you mean by conquering a real text? Because they'll be able to understand. Listening comprehension takes place. When we use authentic materials, it's difficult, but we have to train them to achieve the target through all the difficulties, right? Now, the same text could be used in variety of different ways. It's like now, say if you take tourist information leaflet, this can be used for reading. This can be used for listening. This can be also used for speaking. This can be used for writing as well. When if you use the same thing, and then if you make it a free use of the material, you might be able to make the students feel at ease with the text. Otherwise, once when you give them a difficult task, a task that kind of, combines with authentic use of the language, yes, they might find it a bit difficult to, a little bit hard to start with, and also they might hesitate a bit. So what we can do is, we can give them some clues. All right, if you get something like this, what would you be looking for first? How should we be looking for things like this first? What that is like digging information, getting the general knowledge, but not letting them use the general knowledge in answering the question. Okay, this is kind of a setting the scene. Give them to, give them to use it in their hands, see it, feel it, right? Then it won't become a, a strange concept for them. It will be something familiar. Make language, try your best to make language as a second skin for them, so that they won't feel a difference with it, right? And this I mean, this is easy to say than done. I know that you will tell me. But we will have to try our best. And we can use these things with a bit of higher standard. Right. I'll give you a very short break now. Must be dying, right? Say 10 minutes. Will 10 minutes be okay for you all? Is 10 minutes enough for you for a break?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, yeah, have a break and come back. I'm waiting for the others to join. Right. Anyway, let's start. So when we were talking about this, can you see the screen? Can you all see the screen? Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am.
And we can hear you and can see the screen also.
Right. So when we were talking about these materials, right? What do you think about this computer-based, technology-based materials? What's your viewpoint on this?
At certain times, sometimes it won't be favorable, like
won't be
the
favorable.
power cut or the if we are doing some listening text we using a radio or something, a multimedia projector or something, the visual or the auditory material won't be supportive, like, or else if there are any coverage problem, the Wi-Fi issue, the net problem. So like that, some technical errors might interfere. Is that what it's meant?
Yeah, I'm just asking, yeah, how suitable do you think the computer-based, technology-based materials would be for the students? Now, this is a disadvantage.
But it would be effective, ma'am. It would be effective. More than just mere talking.
Currently, the world is anyway moving into technology-based, jobs are depending on that. So it is always better to make them familiar with that use since they are young.
New technology. But then
Yes.
still we have the disadvantages. Okay. If there is a way that we can overcome these disadvantages, you think computer-based teaching materials would be better, is it?
Yes, yes.
Materials, yes.
Okay, now say suppose if you are creating some computer-based materials, how would you do it? Would you be able to do it? If possible,
Teachers
how?
also have to have a basic idea about the computer technology.
Teacher?
Teachers will also have to, have an idea about what to be used, like, the softwares and how creatively they can use these materials to
I think you all were given a training, weren't you?
Sorry?
The teachers were given a training on
Yes,
IT part, right?
yes, they were.
IT application
Around 3
into
days
teaching.
or 4 days, ma'am.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
were some, some driving license and
In
all that.
Kampaha, we had it.
Okay, in Gampa you had. I hope all the teachers get these computer associated learning components taught for you in the Cal labs and all that, right? Don't you do it? Okay, so I mean, say suppose what is another disadvantage of using multimedia technology? Not an advantage, but because if we can use them, all these things are advantages for the students, right? We can use multimedia because technology will help us to use interactive videos, right? And then also it will be easy accessibility for the learners and the teachers for the other languages, right? It is also will be a very good tool to enhance listening skills. Also, through this we can create many different teaching materials like the text, graphs, audios, and even motion videos. Okay, all these things could be used. But as you said, we are facing with some difficulties. One is the power failures, the power cuts that we have. But other than that, some schools, they don't have multimedia facilities, right? In that sense, we should at least be able to use a television with a pen drive, where you can show them some activities that you were using the Zoom platforms, right, to teach the students. So when we're using Zoom, was it kind of, being advantageous or was it a disadvantage? How did you find Zoom? Did you all enjoy working with you students on Zoom? Or was it a hassle?
You're talking about the Zoom classes.
Yeah, Zoom classes that you had.
It was enjoyable because than not teaching them, it was always better, but we are mostly used to interact physically, see them and give them comments, give a tap on their back,
Right.
The motivation side was lacking, ma'am. Other than that, it was convenient, but most of the children, they had their coverage issues and those things. So that was a little bit, minus point, and we couldn't catch up all the children at the same time. Some children, there were 2 or 3 going to one place where they have internet or the phone. So they used to participate from one home, 2 or 3 kids. So the attention seeking, of course, a little bit difficult, but other than that, it was good.
Yeah. So, I mean, that means if there's a way that we can create some sort of a classroom for them. Were you doing Zoom on Google Classroom? Did you all use Google Classroom or what? You just simply created Zoom links and send them?
Normal Zoom, yes, just like
Normal
this.
Zoom,
We
right.
created links and we send them the previous day, and then they will connect to that.
Right. But whatever it is in the current world's point of view, if we can use modern technology, if we can integrate modern technology into our teaching methods, creating of materials, and I think it will have a lot of plus points. Okay. Just like, and in today's world, individual learners can, in addition to interacting with computer generated text and graphics, control combinations of analog and digital sound and images. These things are, the students, I think, are much better in doing these things than we do sometimes, right? So arranging this combined media into intelligent pedagogical driven materials is a challenge to the teacher. We have these things, we have all these materials available. What we need to do is we need to find ways and means of putting them into one place and creating the best for the students. So, can't you use your computer labs in the school to teach language? Do you all have computer labs, the CAL labs, the CAL centers?
Yes, and some schools have even digital classrooms also, I think.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
in those classrooms they have their smart boards and everything. And
Yeah.
ma'am, from my point of view, I think that using technology is a must for a teacher, because with the change in the environment and the culture and the usage of technology, the students are more biased toward technological things rather than your traditional teaching environment in the classroom. So
Right.
if we incorporate these things, for example, we can use comics, that there are some internet services that provide us with on how to create comics online, like that. We can actually make a comic about a speaking lesson and use it as a storyboard or something as in a digital classroom with the OHP as a instrument. Like
so you
that,
can use that with the OHPs, can you?
Yeah, I mean, we can actually make a dialogue and present it in the classroom, and we can we can instruct the students to participate in the dialogue at appropriate times.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. If you want, we have different strategies, right, that we can use in order to make the things easy and interesting for the students. As you said, they are all walking towards a digitalized society. Okay. We are walking to a technology-filled society. So we also, from our end, I think, should prepare them, should enhance them to be ready to step onto this digital world. Okay, so if we kind of keep ourselves stick only to the book and pages, like the textbooks and the writing books, yeah, there is a problem. But also I think parents, sometimes these parents, they object in children using the technology, don't they?
But we can, yes, but we can actually use the technology in the school strictly. I mean, we most of the schools have their technology in the schools. I mean, labs and sometimes the digital classrooms, OHPs.
Yeah. Then sometimes we even have the language laboratories, right?
Yeah.
The language labs are there. So if you have the language labs, I think most of the schools are equipped with these things. So if you can use at least 1 or 2 periods per week to take the students to the language lab or to the CAL center, and then make them use the technology, like if you are teaching about emails, and why don't you create an email for them and see that under your observation that they send an email to each other, get the authentic experience, right? That will be more.
Actually, I do that.
You do that, yeah. That's going to be really important. Now, say you teach them to write letters, personal letters and official letters. So say if you have taught them the emails, and then next step would be to teach them the formal letters. And why don't you let them write the formal letters and email them and get the quick responses in the class itself, and see how we should acknowledge and reply. Simple lessons, right? Connected with technology, if we can, ideally. I don't say it's a must, but if we can do it, that will be Ideal. Do you have WhatsApp groups with your students? The teachers?
Yes.
Yeah, almost all
Yes.
the teachers, right? Okay. Now they are also, you can send certain things for them to work on. Certain things to work in the internet and bring into the class, find information without keeping them only stick to the textbook. Try your best to put them in different situations where they should go explore and discover knowledge. Okay. So let's go to the next one. Now, computer assisted learning and audio tape based technologies. Both media provide individualized access to target language material that the learner can control and use in self-study format. However, expectations of CAL in general and multimedia in particular are much higher. Now, this is not the simple target that was kind of, the goal they had for CAL. But then still we can use the CAL centers. Just as I told you, we can use the CAL centers for teaching and creating lessons. Now, say when you are supposed to teach them emotions, you can always let them go into the internet and find the emotions, right? And then put them in different, word formats, and then ask them to write a situation for that. Those things will help them to improve their technology as well as the listening. And if you can put them all into the lab, language lab or a CAL center, and then do a listening task played with the audio device, and give them the task in the computer so that they can do the task there online. Well, these are simple things. I don't say it's a must, but it's a plus point if we can do it, right? Now, learning a language via individualized instruction with the computer, especially when audio and video are involved, is an extremely appealing proposition. When you have audio and video, we have to have both. And when you're learning a language through that, it's going to be very effective, right? So we'll see if there are, you don't have to purchase them, but you can always create them. You can even video record them. You can record them, audio record them, not video, and then send them. I mean, you used to do video recording as well. I think I can remember the teachers used to video the lessons and then pass them on to the WhatsApp groups when you couldn't do it with the Zooms, if I can remember. So it does not mean that we can't do. We can. We have the potential, right? And it's just a matter of learning a little bit more about technology. Okay, now let's look at ordinary listening. Ordinary listening fall into three categories. We have three types of listening: passive listening, active listening, and critical or analytical listening. Passive listening is listening for pleasure or entertainment. Active listening is listening to learn and to retain information. And critical and analytical listening is to make judgments about what one has heard. Now see, when it comes to listening, we have two types. We do it in two different ways. First we hear or we listen, right? I think we discussed that, what is the difference between hearing and listening. Now, listening is done with a purpose, with an intention. Hearing just automatically happens, right? Now see how this correspondence between multi-modal processing opportunities for language learners in a multimedia environment and how these can interact to complement listening skills acquisition. This is what we are going to do. Now see, can you just tell me the important words in this particular slide? We are talking about some sort of correspondence. What correspondence? Are you all cooking?
Potential correspondence.
Yeah, potential. What do you mean by potential? Potential correspondence.
Potentiality.
Fruitfully.
No.
Ah,
because
yeah, yes,
Shakti-
fruitful correspondence, right? Of what? What are we talking about here?
Multimedia environment.
Here we are talking about a
The
multimedia.
outcome of the usage of multimedia environment and how
we are
yeah,
going to
yeah,
implement
and how,
it, right?
yeah.
How we can implement it, when whether it's going to be fruitful. Okay. The internet is suitable place to practice language as it offers the possibility with the right software of using images and audio resources at the same time, combining sounds and images as in communicative situations in the real world. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this one, this particular statement? Huh? Why? Why do you agree?
Because in the there are readily available materials, not only to teach, but authentic many materials where we can use creatively in a classroom. Like Kahoot is a game where we can use to teach children the vocabulary.
Dylan, all your answers you can send to the group, Uda. That will be very useful for everybody. When I'm talking, when I'm asking, I see you send answers to the chat box. Send it to the group so that they can even read it later. Okay. Yeah. So you think this internet is going to be a resourceful place, right? Where we can use as a teaching situation, which is going to be a healthy learning environment for the students. But is the internet always safe to use? Is it always safe to use?
It is not safe, ma'am, but we cannot stop them from using it. Because the more we control it, the more wild we are going to be. Exactly.
Yes. Yeah,
so
because
they learn all the, shortcuts and ways to get through. So it's always better to let them use it and monitor.
But that
And
because their
also,
minds are inquisitive, right?
Exactly.
And also there are some softwares that especially
Parents
made
can
for
use.
children. Yes, especially made for children. I mean, the new computers comes up with parental controls like that
filters
things
are there,
that
right?
yes, we can actually regulate their internet and everything they use. And also for YouTube, there is another app called YouTube Kids for children. I mean, we can actually introduce that program for app to the children because usually YouTube is the place that children go there most of the time, no?
Yeah,
so
but
actually,
ma'am, there's something like this. Maybe I'm not actually pointing at anyone, but these as we are adults, this gay community was created through this internet actually. They are internet is the place where it was born and they, advertised it and where they gained the attention of other people and, paid them into this. There are even cartoons which, promotes these kind of things.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yes, there are. So when the children watch cartoons, we need to be really careful how much ever we said that security, this security is there, it is not safe. But we should know that children watch. Because actually, we should, if we can, we should just watch few episodes in that and, check out, is it safe for them to watch? Because
yes,
they said to promote to, bring down this overpopulation. It's a tactic they have started promoting, I think, a decade back.
Yeah, ma'am. They have many different indirect connotations also, displaying through cartoons like SpongeBob and this Warner Brothers cartoon, Mickey Mouse and all. It's actually not appropriate for the children. We just think that it is a cartoon, right? There are so many indirect connotations that are, Yeah,
Really?
promoting. Yes, ma'am. So even though we don't identify the kids, they watch it very in depth, they find out.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It's really
Yeah.
serious.
Oh, good.
So the best thing is, like our friend said, we have to first of all watch 1 or 2 clip, and we just have to do a little research, like whether it's suitable for the children or not. And then only let them come forward with it. It's really
Okay.
dangerous.
Okay, so that in that sense, we should not let them be using it on their own, but we have to bring it to the school and show them. We have to find a way, isn't that so? We
Not
have to
only
Yes,
at
ma'am,
school,
definitely.
ma'am. Not only at school. I mean, if there are parents who are not, most of the parents, they are working. So they just give the tab and let them do whatever they want. So there are so many, drawbacks that they will face, I believe, when they are 20 or 18 years. It will not be, showcased at this stage, that it will come out finally one day. So then it's too late. So we need to, acknowledge
careful.
parents regarding this as well.
Right. Okay. So we have to make sure that we pay the correct attention, right? When we
Exactly.
do these things, right? Okay. Don't do it blindly. Don't let the children do it as they want, but we have to do it under correct supervision, right? So when it comes to this, the Skype is another application that we use over on internet, right? What's your view on that? You can talk. You can agree, disagree. You can do anything on this platform. There's no hard and fast rule to say that you have to accept. We are just discussing these things. We are discussing the suitability of these materials for the children. So we can always come up with ideas. You have the full academic freedom on this. Yes. Skype, what do you feel about Skype? You know what Skype is, right? And how we use it and all that, and we use it. Do you think it's a suitable way?
Actually, I think Microsoft Teams is better, but it is not very, not much people use it, but it has all the features we can have, we need and more. I mean, even more than Zoom, there are a lot of features there.
They are, right. Okay. So do you use this with the children, Dylan?
Teams, mostly Teams is not, they do not have much
access to it.
Yes, they don't actually have the app. I mean, they are not very informed about it.
Okay.
But if it is used, I think it is better than even Zoom. I mean, we can actually post our assignments there. I mean, it is a combination between, I think, the Zoom and Google Classroom.
Right. Okay. A lot of universities, a lot of institutions, I know they use Teams, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft Teams. I know that. Okay. So Messenger is another way, right? And they create a lot of possibilities, new things. But I know, well, even if we try to stop, even if we try to say this is bad, as you said, the children are not going to stay away from them. Well, more than us, the parents have given them the opportunity to opportunity for them to use these. Okay. So I suppose the parents are overseas and the students use Skype, definitely. They use Messenger, they use WhatsApp, they use Viber, they use, Instagram, they use every sort of social media. So what we need to look at is whether there is a possibility, whether there is a way that we can turn these softwares, whether we will be able to make use of these softwares in order to turn them into good teaching materials and to create very good learning environments for them through this. But it does not mean, there is no hard and fast rule to say that we have to use all this. These are just simple things that we could be, that the students and us both could be accessing, right? And of course, there is this relatively new emerging thing, the YouTube. And now you told about that there is something special for the children, YouTube, a different one. What is that? Can you just post the link in the group, Putha?
Yes, it is. There is also the app in the Google Play Store. It is YouTube for kids.
YouTube for
I
kids.
think YouTube Kids. Yeah.
YouTube.
Kids YouTube.
It only
It's
displays. Yeah, it only displays the clips that are suitable for kids. I mean,
for the kids
younger
only.
than.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Proceed. Now it's getting
Parents-
popular day
parents-
by day, right? YouTube is getting popular. I don't know all what you see on YouTube is true or not. But whatever it is, I know children go. They watch. They watch wanted and unwanted, everything on the YouTube. And as you said, you know, when there's no parental restrictions and when there's no parental observation, we are not responsible for whatever they learn through them, because in our context, in Sri Lankan context, students are not allowed to bring digital media to the school. So that we are out of it, okay? Whatever we use, we will be using with the limited resources we have in the schools. And through them, we will not be showing any of these, well, what do you say, unsuitable context. But once when they have gone into the world, yes. But at the same time, as teachers, you know, in my personal point of view, I feel that we have to make the students aware of these softwares and how to use them safely. I mean, how to not themselves get involved, how to make sure that they are capable of using it, right? That they know what they are supposed to do and what they are not supposed to do. If these things can be, you know, coordinated properly, we might as well be able to do it. Now, say I was doing a class for students, not students, actually lecturers for Ukraine some time back. And I had to go through the micro teaching lessons of them. And in their classrooms, practically almost all the students were using the phones or the tabs they have. Carry every class that we observed, they had the technology. So when the teacher wants the students to go for a difficult word, find a phrase, find answers, pictures, well, they had the media in their hand. And I don't know how, you know, how much bad effects they have on it, but then still it made the things very easy for the students to learn, because all the latest updated information was there at their fingertips. I don't know if we introduce that in Sri Lanka, what will happen? Okay.
As I'm aware, ma'am, usually the students in that classroom is connected to a main computer where they are able to monitor what they go through. So they are restricted through that way. Since we don't have such advanced technology in our country, it's quite risky.
Maybe, yes. That could be one reason. And also,
actually, we can do that if, yes, but we are not familiar with the subject. I mean, there are learning management systems. Yes, learning management systems. We can actually use them. There are some advanced LMSs that we can use for that purpose, for monitoring and everything. But I think we have to pay for it.
Yeah, you have to pay for it. Yes. Now we have a LMS in our, you know, in Sri Lankan context for the Lincoln University, but I think the BEds don't get the access to it. When you go to the master level, everything goes through the LMS. So, yes. Yeah, as if they are to use only the Wi-Fi of that particular area, then yes, you could be monitored and filtered, right? That can be done, yes. Right, yeah, but we are still not in that stage, right? Can one of you please read this for me now, just for a change? Dilan, would you read this? I'm waiting for one of you to read.
As BBC has always been seen as a genuine source of right form of English, it cannot be disregarded for English language teaching. Being aware of its educative role, BBC has been publishing books, audio, video materials, and so on. With the rise of the internet, BBC has prepared an English learning page, which is one of the best of its kind. The site gives ideas to the learner about material development and how to work efficiently with the oral input. Maintaining the publications at www.bbc, the link provides the visitors with the quizzes, videos, podcast and games, as well as radio archives and voice recordings. As regards listening activities, there are many activities based on listening comprehension.
Just try this and see. Okay. I'll send this link to you. Or just take it down. Just try this and see whether you can use it. And introduce also students to a lot of competitions that they have worldwide. They're not only listening, but say for writing, reading. There are so many competitions that the world is creating for the students. So see whether you can make them participate in and see whether we'll be able to achieve something through that, right? Once when I share this presentation, you'll be able to get the link, okay? The songs can be highly useful for development process of listening skills of students. I can remember one of you mentioned this, this can be even used with the primary students, and primary would be the best to start with this, with the primary songs, the nursery rhymes and also like, as music is everywhere in human life to change or boost the emotions and feelings, we can include music and songs in language learning as well. Besides, karaoke is also beneficial in that it requires a reaction which eventually leads to improvement in speaking skill. Yes, karaoke is good if you can. And then the students, they can memorize and then use it. Also, have you done musical dictation with the students? Have you ever done musical dictation with the students, with your students?
No, ma'am. Can you
Yeah,
how to do that?
What you have to do is you can take a familiar song of the students, but you have to get the copies, the lyrics you have to take, and then omit words in the lyrics, okay? Delete certain words, leave blanks, and then make duplicates of the paper and give each student a paper and then play the song. First, you can do it with a familiar song so that students will get familiar with as to how they should do it. And then give them a bit of a challenging task by giving them a song, maybe a little bit difficult to understand, maybe a song that they have not heard before, right? And let them listen and fill the blanks. It's going to be very interesting. I know students, they love when they enjoy it, right? Just do it in the school when the school starts and tell me when we meet next time, how effectively it went on. Very simple one you can start with. It will be a bit difficult with the primary students because, if you're doing it with the primary, they should know their spelling. Because when we are marking listening papers, we always look for the spellings, right? The spellings will have to be correct when marking listening papers. Otherwise, it can have, the words may give different meanings if they are incorrectly spelled. Therefore, make sure the spellings are correct. Therefore, you have to make sure that you get the right target group for this one.
Ma'am, I think somewhere back around 2000, in 2005 period, the advanced level general
Exactly,
English
you
book had
had,
the
yes.
Titanic song, right? Yes, I could
And
remember.
And then you had
Our teacher had made, she made dictation for us using this. Now, when you
and
were explaining, I could remember.
And then you had some songs of colonial cousins as well in that, if you can remember.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson's song was also there, I guess.
Yes. So, I mean, those are very interesting things and students love them, right? Okay, right. Computer-based materials allow teachers to do these things. Shall we all read this silently? Just take 2 minutes and read it silently and tell me a point that you agree or disagree. Specifically points that you disagree. We all can read, so read it. See whether you understand. Do you all agree with this? Or any points of debate? Does it take this long to read? What are these kids?
Yes, actually, when we use multimedia, the need to translate becomes null for the learners. I mean, they get the visual projection of the thing we are talking about, so they associate the word and the pronunciation with the picture. So the translation isn't need in that content.
Yes,
about
ma'am.
that.
I think it would be gradually they will reduce the process of translation.
Okay. So you think this is going to be important, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can use it, right? All right, okay, let's move. What about this? Do you think we'll encounter this?
Definitely, as we are in a developing country. So
Okay.
these problems are there definitely. Ma'am,
Yeah.
content considerations in the sense, I didn't get it.
What type of content that we should be using, like, whether it's authentic, whether it's pedagogical, right? And also, like, the content, whether it's going to be suitable, some content that is suitable for the Western countries, developed countries, the students of certain countries are not going to be suitable for us. Exactly, like, just think about dating. Say dating is very common in all the Western countries, and if we have something, the content is something connected to such topics, we have to pay consideration, don't we?
Yes, definitely. It's something that we don't have in our culture.
Yeah, we don't have in our culture. Now, say the children of the Western cultures and most of the other cultures, they learn about birth controlling and all these things when they're at very young ages, whereas in our cultures, we don't teach them, right? That is one very big reason why the children are facing so many problems in their lives, because they don't know. Okay, they are very inquisitive. They want to explore. Well, yes, they explore and then they get into trouble. Because we haven't paid. Yeah, they explain and then, yeah.
Can you give me some examples if you can, the pedagogical perspectives here?
Where?
The last one.
Yeah, like, what is
Right,
the perspective of
yeah.
our, what do you mean by perspective here? Just try to simplify the word. Exactly, yes. How you take it. What is it? What we have to do, right? How the teachers will look at it and how we are going to implement it. Okay.
Thank you.
That is it. It goes with the content considerations, right? The content will have to be correct, and the way that we are going to implement into our system. It's our system.
We can mostly prevent most of these disadvantages if we use it in a limited area. I mean, financial barriers can be prevented if we use it only strictly at the school.
Yeah,
and
that is one way. And also, like, how the suitability of everything, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to be suitable and affordable and everything, affordable, suitability. So all these things we'll have to consider. We have to go into consideration, right? And whether it's going to be exactly what we want from our side as a teacher is what we have to think.
The personal prejudice. Can you explain that you wanted us to give an example, but none of us gave you?
Where was that personal prejudice? Okay, in the meetings, right? When it comes to listening.
Yes.
When one was speaking, well, staff meetings. Staff meetings, imagine. And think about what I said. You will understand.
Okay.
Because sometimes when we don't have a speaker, when we are not in agreement with the speaker, you have the personal prejudice plays a major role there. Okay. We don't want to take in, we don't want to accept, we don't want to listen, right? We don't pay attention. These things happen sometimes even with your principals, don't you? You make all the faces and then stay at the back line.
Yeah, we make it a hard time for them to come to a conclusion.
You do, I know that. Okay, so those are personal things. Say suppose they want to decide on a date and maybe you are not available. Date is not going to be convenient for you. Yes. Things are like that. I mean, it's not it's not a must to have all these things in whatever the
It's practical, ma'am. It's practical. You find one in every school. Every school there is a teacher.
Teacher like that. You will have a bunch of them anyway, talking, discussing these things at a corner, right? During the intervals, during the free periods. This is very common to teachers, and we have to accept it. Okay. So with all this, teachers can create these type of materials, dialogues, songs with blanks, as I told you, right? Instructions for drawing, instructions for making top, bottom, methods, etc., right? Then comprehension, blank filling task sheets. This is a few, only a few. I know you have a lot more to put in when you create materials. You are more, what should I say, imaginative and creative than I am. I am old, so I may not get these ideas into mind. But you are young and full of life, and you can do them. Okay, so we'll be making materials. We'll be doing a lesson plan and making materials later. So keep this in mind. When you do a good listening lesson, maybe you can leave it aside, because when we are at the lesson planning of making materials, we might take them over and discuss, right? And we can share, and we will be able to discuss, right? So the next slide is going to be very, very important to you. Next 2 slides, and I hope you will pay your full attention. But before that, is everything okay for you now, so far? Are the things clear for you so far, or are you in any doubts? Any issues? Yeah. It's clear for you, right? Thank you. Others? These are all practical issues that we were talking about as a teacher. Going to handle the listening and speaking. Okay, we need to know a little bit of theoretical parts, the definitions and all that. But what's more important is how we are going to handle listening and speaking in classroom situations. What's our role as a teacher with this particular, the skill and skills. Can I have the responses? Tell me whether you are okay with this, or do I have to go for a
Yes,
repeat
ma'am.
session?
It's clear so far.
Yeah, definitely no repeat session. I don't like to go through it again, right? Not immediately. Right. Now, see, if you can't read without your glasses, you must put on your glasses now. And pay all your attention to the next slide that I'm going to give you. Ready? I'll give you 2 minutes to read that, and then I move on to the next slide. Okay, Ready, all of you?
Yes.
I heard only one male voice. Are you representing the entire group?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Why, madam? Why?
Right. Okay, so
That was a really interesting way to, grab the attention of the children, right? It's very, very effective.
was it?
God bless you, ma'am. You are really nice.
Okay, right. Then let's meet again next day. I'll share this one as well with you and have a nice day.
Madam, excuse me,
Yeah.
one more question.
Yes.
Madam, in the first part of the assignment, they asked what are these effective spoken English features? Do we have to mention all these features? So
Yeah, mention as
And-
many as you can, right? You can't mention all, there are plenty. Take, grab a useful handful.
okay, madam, thank you.
Okay, right. Okay then, have a good day.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you
Good
very much.
afternoon.
Nice.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, take care.